Mic check. Dr. Shadow, no. All your points. Cam check. The mic's working. Alright. Well, like I said, well, at least I guess as the stream title says, or as always. We will continue some Shank Rogue today, but we're gonna probably dive right into Blaze Shift, but I might need a couple of the different pieces for that. So we'll see how that goes. Invigorating Strike wasn't bad. I didn't play around with it like a lot, but it wasn't like terrible. But I can already see like some of the I don't say problems, but some of the single target stuff would be really stressful for the idea that Rogue is usually pretty awful on single target as it is. But I do wish Cleave actually worked like on the same target and just kind of cleaved around. I guess I can understand why they did it the way they did it. So, not mad at it. I wonder if should I just get another oof. I wonder if I should just take the risk. I only got one left, and the scroll has been used on this already. I'm wondering if I should just go for it. Might as well see what happens. Okay, that worked out. Oh, holy hell! But why was it so? Wait. Well, I can't do that, but okay. Why does it seem like that value is like inflated? Because didn't this show like 52 to 70%? Or did I misread that? Wasn't it like 50 to like 52 to 80% or something like that? Well, I guess I did master work it, so I guess that kind of makes sense. But how come my invigorating strike was like so much lower, like 52% or something like that, or 60? What was it like? Yeah, like 52% or something like that. So I guess I need to redo the master work, but at least I got it. Cleave is not a doubler, really? I mean, with that said, what do I take here then? Since I just actually, let me see if I actually did anything wrong with this. Hold on, I can just use it as is since I already have over 100%. How do I need to do this? There's the error. Turn off the error thingy on the error notifications. Yeah, let me see if I already scrolled this already. Okay, so I have tempers left on that. Yeah, so I guess we'll. I guess what would I change the temper to be though? I mean, we got the I want to think of like maybe what surge stuff. I mean, that's kind of really it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really. I guess it's surge. Maybe I can get poison. I'm already doing poison grenade anyway, but I guess I can get poison. Guess that works. Then I really want to remaster word this though, because this is pretty horrid now that I changed that one thing. Let me see. Oh, I can't. I only have 3K. All right, so I wouldn't be able to do much of it anyway. And I also got to change out to the blaze shift pants I got. This. This is gonna be pretty horrible. So you want the cleave because it's worth more. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm about to do blaze shift. That's why I was rolling out of that. I was wondering why the value was so much different, I guess. Between the two, given that blaze shift is, I mean, considerably more DPS on paper. Okay, so we got Dex. Mineral, but I'm fine with that. We'll throw what? Frostbitten on. Also, might have be pretty sure to follow. Let's see. But math doesn't make sense to give lower cleave value since it's adding in the AoE and scaling damage potential. Doubler just do 2x. I guess the thing is that like, yeah, like in the bubble you're 100% right, but with the game, but with the way the game plays, considering that like the majority of the content you do is based around pit or nightmare dungeons or scenarios where you, I mean, I think the only time where that actually like truly applies is definitely like in like Infernal Hordes. Now Infernal Hordes, absolutely, because that everything is coming at you from all different directions and you are getting swarmed, right? But like on night and like pit, you're basically killing, like you're fighting like 7 or 8 things at a time, maybe if that, as you're like speeding through things. So, but I guess my thing is, Mika, is that like I think I would appreciate that value more if it also cleaved on the single target. Like I understand I understand mechanically why it doesn't, but given how important given how important the like single target is in this game in terms of like the vast difference between like a pit boss and like the mobs or anything else in that nature, it just kind of hurts to not have that Cleave on the same target. Get more of a speed farmer. I mean, yeah. Echohack, what's going on? I'm at the temper barrier, generation and total armor here, I guess. I will say that Invigorated Strike felt great to just walk up and stab and go because the animation was so smooth. Like so silky smooth. Danger is going on. I think they use a dartboard to set values. Crimson, appreciate the follow. Yeah, I just those are just thoughts. Because like honestly, if the Cleave could hit, like I said, can hit the same target, I probably wouldn't be considering Blaze Shift right now. But that's just the way the game, like the content of the game, kind of like revolves around at the moment. Crimson, appreciate this. Like I would almost like I'm more likely to try to solve my AoE issues and have stronger single target than the other way around right now with the way the game is played. Right. And it's the reason why like skills like penetrating shot like are suffering so much right now because of that reason. Like penetrating shot pretty much has the best AoE on Rogue, but like who plays penetrating shot? Not that it's not, you know what I mean? It's just that the largest soul spire should not reward 2 Aether. It's a great point, actually. That's an excellent point. So glad to see the Spiritborn you're keeping the Rogue Nation alive. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I had no intent on like last season, for instance. The only thing I was trying to do last season was just update the build guides, all the build guides that I was responsible for with video guides. So I generally do not do like that many build guide videos generally on YouTube. It's usually just 1 or 2, and it's like builds that I play during the season, right? Or that I know that I'm gonna give for and like really truly play. So I didn't realize that, or I guess I'm gonna say I didn't realize, but I didn't think anyone would care or like look at my channel as like a a source of rogue builds, plural, as I'm like looking for multiple different rogue builds to play that people might find fun, until probably this season. I've gotten more comments this season, especially about that. It's like, yo, your channel is the one I go to for like rogue builds, like plural. And I'm like, builds. Oh yeah, I kind of did do 4 this, four this season, I think it was. But I think going forward, I'll probably end up continuing to do that. Just cause. Well, just cause. I said I had the same impressions. Yeah, so you can't really say, I wouldn't say that on Twitch, but I got you, parents. You can DM me that if you would like, but don't do it on Twitch. But yeah, congrats. Sounds like you're feeling better though, for sure. I'm gonna pinch out to be I'm gonna pinch out to be a mega nuke. But the thing about it is that pin shot technically, congrats whoever. No, so like I guess like pin shot technically can nuke. That's the thing. Like it's a ridiculous nuke, but you don't really see that potential unless you play in front of hordes, and that's it. Like if you do just hordes, pin shot is like absolutely ridiculous. But it's pretty horrific everywhere else, and that's this topic was. I don't know. Like I I noticed that my Twitter followers slowed down a lot since I've regained control of my own account. Seems like people aren't interested as much as, you know, of what I was doing versus what the hacker was doing. I still have to go and like individually remove all those like followers, I guess, because they're but that's gonna take like forever. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough mass to like keep resetting, but I at least want to crit on one. So give me one blaze shift crit, please. It's one. I guess the other guy had his own visions. Y'all. Yeah, absolutely, Danger. Absolutely. Yeah. I guess I'll have to leave it that way. Yep, I'm about to leave it that way so I can get some more mass. I guess I'll just farm mass with Blaze Shift as well. Although retempering this though is going to be necessary, but I don't know what I'm going to retemper it to. Actually, I guess I do need to do an innervation though, probably. Yeah, I definitely need to do that. Or actually, 15% chance to restore primary resource is very good as long as I stick with Fist of Fate. The moment I move away from it, then that will be kind of not great. I do stab incredibly fast though, but I have an easier time hitting the lucky hit than this one. Screw it. We're going for innovation ranks. I'm sure you answered, but what is this Shank build? I don't know. You have to answer the question. Are you about that life? Are you about that life? If you are about that life, I'll tell you all about Shank Rogue. Honestly, 2 seasons ago, I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and like throw out the idea I have for like a YouTube video. 2 seasons ago in season 4, I was supposed to make like a Blaze Shift rogue, so like Heartseeker but with Blaze Shift in a sense, and it was actually doing okay. It was like fun. It was fun. It was a fun build. It wasn't as effective as Heartseeker, of course, but the idea was to have Daishizi do the video for that, like the build video for like Shank Rogue, and like just literally just like go all in, you know, with the slang and everything. So like Dogside wouldn't be, or I wouldn't be doing the video. It'd be all Daishizi or whatever, and just kind of, you know, have him do his thing. Because, you know, apparently Daishizi's about, you know, he about that life. So, you said I'm all in. I don't know. People who say people who are all in don't say I'm all in. That sounds way too proper for like you know, for a prison terminology. I'm just saying. I have to question whether you really about that life. Dangerous things. Please hold off on the kid to do 100 questions right now. No. All right, but in all seriousness, Shank Rogue is basically you're literally stabbing. So we were stabbing yesterday with Invigorating Strike, but now we're just literally gonna walk up and stab with Blaze Shift. So like that's Shank Rogue, and I kind of coined. I wouldn't say I coined the term Shank Rogue, but I was probably the one of the few in the content creator light that actually called it that type of play, Shank Rogue. Hit Gaming was going on. Appreciate the sub. Oh, that is you. Cool. Is that I shake myself in my belt that way? I think you qualify. Bob. This might be for you. This definitely might be for you, man. All right. I think everything else kind of stays the same, right? Because all I had to do is just swap out Blaze Shift and then get the Blaze Shift temper here. There are no other like stuffs. And I put some stuff in the bar to test something like later or earlier today. I didn't too much like it, so. So, oh, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to find some way to. I was trying to find some way to like figure out how to get that 100% increased damage from like Blaze Shift, like consistently. Like, I don't think a dot refreshes that. Like, poison doesn't refresh it. Poison imbuement doesn't refresh. I was thinking cow traps with the sharpshooter thing might, does that refresh? Or maybe even the dancing knives bug might actually like. Not Dancing Knives, but the Beastfall. Well, I guess it is Dancing Knives. Beastfall, not Beastfall. Yins with the Dancing Knives bug might actually refresh that. And that would be worth losing 2 aspects in the boot because that's 100% damage. Well, I don't know. Because the firing rate of the bug Dancing Knives is like what? Like 3, 4 attacks a second. With Blaze Shift, I'm attacking like 8 times a second, probably a little bit more than that. You need the aspect. Well, considering that I can't control where it goes. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I wouldn't need the aspect. So yeah, that would be a plus. But I think I'd be able to get it like if it worked that way with Dance of Knives, I might be able to get like 40% value because I won't be able to get on every attack. I was trying to skill weave. With this earlier. That's why I had Hunger and Arrow earlier and some punctual decks. I was trying to skill weave a couple of different skills to see if I can like do that and get the bonus, but I promise starting the Dancing Knives is gonna bug you, and I played it for how much lesser in power levels are the characters without the expansion? 30%, maybe. Like not even that for like most builds. Like the runes. Well, actually, maybe a tidbit more than that. Like. Because you do have the mercenary, so there is that too. I would say that if you're debating on whether to get the expansion or not, based on like how much stronger you would be, I would say no. Like that for me, that would not be a reason for me to buy the expansion because it's like the difference between what you do and without the expansion and with the expansion, power-wise, is not worth the expansion. Now, if you are looking for like new content to do, or the new area, or a new class or whatever, obviously, then yes, for sure. But definitely not because you are going to gain more power. That's not like that ain't it. All right, let's go to let's find a good feeling rotation for this thing. Well, let me see if I can make this feel good. It's one thing to kind of have it set up, like how to does it feel good? I think every time I play a build outside of Rain of Arrows now, like everything feels a bit slower, like just getting around, like movement. Because Rain of Arrows is as clunky as you think that would be. It's so smooth, and very quick. Oh, what am I doing? Boy, if I could time like the Cax rune with the blaze shift 100% multiplier or whatever like that. Like imagine if I created a rotation that's like that strict, to where I can actually take advantage of that, and also go with Dance Macrobe as well, and just get all that one ginormous multiplier to happen on that one instance without messing it up. Let's see my. Okay. You actually know what I should have did though? I probably should have. Now I think about it. Probably should have like. I probably should have did Shadow Imbue. Yes, I can. Because like obviously without the Rain of Arrows, without the Shadow Imbue, like there's like no reason to do Rain of Arrows here. It's literally because of the shadow there. But I'm actually with Blaze Shift, I'm getting my ultimate alpha cooldown in a pretty decent rate, but these two are constantly Shadow Imbue, and I'm gonna be moving a lot. Because I want to like go from like place to place to place or whatever. So, and that's my source of just getting rid of like the trash, so I can just focus on the elites or whatever as well. So like it serves like triple duty almost. Yeah, I don't know. Advent, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. Parents, happy Saturday. How am I? I'm all right. All right. One of my tooth hurts for some like odd reason starting today. Hopefully it's just a small hiccup there. Let me see what my resources look like. Okay, so I'm barely managing the resources, kind of, until I cast Render Barrels, of course, and then I get that back. Appreciate the sub. All right, and that's with the innovation ranks here. That's two. I can always go Aftermath though. Like if I'm like getting low, I can just go Aftermath and just kind of like pick that back up. But I guess the thought is if I decide to mess around also with Dan Gorgeous, just cause yeah, I'm definitely gonna need that +2. Yeah, see. Chances are though, I'm just gonna go Fist of Fate at the end of the day, but I'm gonna do both. All right, I guess I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna have to just be careful with my shadow charges. Your thoughts on if Rogue and Bumis were more like WoW, Rogue Poisons Hour duration, not charge base, OP, more convoluted. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never actually played WoW, so I have no idea what rogues were doing there, like at all. Like I know nothing. I actually don't mind the fact that they're charge based, but I guess what upsets me a lot though, honestly, is the fact that there should be a toggle or something that allows us to, I guess, choose which things we want to be imbued in or not. I feel like dash and shadow step and stuff, just automatic imbue, just seems very awkward because it means that you kind of have to play around the fact that you don't want to waste your imbuements. That's actually one of the problems with like going cold rapid fire, despite how strong it is, because like you already are kind of lacking on the charges as it is, and like you I'm saying more often than not, but like going from pack to pack and you try to speed farm or whatever, you're wasting your cold imbuement charges on dash just to get around. And so you end up attacking without cold imbuement like more often than you would like, and like your damage just plummets. So it just makes it really annoying that's the case. They're in the way they work is that you apply the poisons to your weapons that did everything. Like okay. I'd probably would prefer that, yeah. All right, something's up with my buttons. Hold on. There we go. I totally missed the last part of that. Okay, let's remove this because this is not working for me. Ironically, this feels clunky in this setup. Let's go with shadow step. See, I just wasted my imbue there. Yeah, what about content? Other content you were trying to do? I think I might actually do Death Trap instead, if I can get them to kind of clump together. So I'll probably just remove Rain of Arrows and Shadow Imbuement together, all together. Actually, I think I might have to keep the Shadow Imbuement. He's gonna have to like dash through or use a shadow step to apply the shadow. I feel less clunky to play too, I guess. Ironically enough, this has pretty high single target damage potential though. Just nothing lasts long enough for me to actually like stab it more than like once or twice. So it just looks like you play other classes, or is what we're calling. I do play other classes sometimes, but it's usually after I exhaust everything on Rogue first. So usually it's like after about a month, like about a month and a half in, I'll like experiment with other classes. I played Druid like a bit last season. Some landslide, pure landslide Druid was fun. Other than that, I usually play Sork as my second class, and it's usually Frozen Orb, no matter whether it's good or bad. You got snacks? Sweet. Wait. What kind of snacks? It's important. Yeah, I might end up doing some hordes later because I'm gonna have to get some mass anyway. I think Death Trap is probably gonna be like the play here. Because there's just no way I'm gonna be able to like really use random arrows in the effective way here. At least not the way that I'm trying to do it. So I'm gonna have to like change things up. So if I do that. Sorry, I'm thinking. I was pushing the button. I was pushing the wrong button this entire time. Yeah, all right. So Death Trap is gonna have to be it. Okay. Let's do this here. Yeah, I mean that's how that's gonna have to be. Yeah, pretty much. Shadow and Blooming would just take place of Caltraps and give me a teeny bit of a little bit of AoE. It's still like laughable amounts of AoE, but it's still like something. And it's also a 12% multiplier, so it's like I do want that in there still. ED plus. Okay. 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 You're in. You're in, sir. You're level 220. What's the most efficient XP farm? Pits. Pits are basically Nightmare Dungeons. Sorry, pits are Infernal Hordes are actually pretty decent up to a certain point. Once your character gets strong enough to be able to reduce the higher pit tiers quickly, then pit becomes a better XP farmer. Okay, so with that being said, I'm not gonna do the vortex here. I think I'll just opt for more damage because I have Death Trap now. And then let's take a point from here. Finish that out there. Got maximum that. Those are there. And then the room, yeah. Yeah, I think that's it, yeah. Alright. Let's pit a few times. We'll go to 80. I feel on 80. As well, how much better Fortes feel over there? Is it over the trap hole? I guess the only downside to it is that I can't control when it procs. Whereas with Death Trap, like I'm in full control. when it happens. Alright, we're gonna have to just go straight to elites. I ain't got no AoE. But I do reset my death trap really quickly though, so I guess that's also a plus. I also forget to use my potion. That's also part of the problem there. You see my number skyrocket at the moment I use my potion. Yeah, the hard part actually right now is just killing the rest of the trash that are around the elites. The elites are what I focus on with Blaze Shift, and like they die pretty quickly, but it's getting everything else to like want to die too. Yeah, so like all the elites are gone, but I can't like skip all the trash. I'm seeing like some 3 or 4 bill hits, or whatever, which is actually quite impressive considering how fast I'm like attacking as well. Like I said, on single target, this is gonna feel great. I guess I don't have anything else. Oh, cheap Marauder. No ads. Okay. See, like, that's actually pretty impressive with no ads. um, can you join the pit run? I mean, I wouldn't be able to test what I'm testing if I had someone else with me in these pit runs. So it's like, if I'm trying something out and I'm trying to see how to make something a little better or experiment, it's impossible if someone else is in the rift too. See what I'm saying? Because then I don't know how much I'm doing and how much the other person is doing. We're running OP Flurry, Frost Burns, and the Frost Nova for farming Nightmare Dungeons for fun noises. Actually, I have a pretty good Frost Burns actually. Not that I think I should do it, but I think Orgies is helping like a teeny bit, but this is still only 80. So it's like it's serving okay. It does give me some source of some. Yeah, that's hilarious. I guess it's like just the trash HP is just low enough to where Painforge is just like just good enough. Yeah, see, like I'm actually getting. Yeah. Yeah, like the elites and stuff like die like really quickly. It's a matter of what do I do with everything else that like still decides to live. You know, that doesn't get swallowed up by a death trap and AoE or whatever. So I'm thinking of a way to solve that. Try to think what other aspects I might can fit in or something. I'm also realized I'm losing my adaptability buff too as well, a little bit. So I'm gonna have to find better ways to manage my resources. That is, if I don't have Fist of Fate, that's the thing. Yeah, see, I lost a lot of my damage already because adaptability is not up. Yep, I feel it the moment that. I could just do a resource elixir, I guess. How's the grind? Well, I'm not really doing any grinding per se. It's more so testing, but so far not too bad. But I do want to try to solve the AOE thing, or find better ways to be able to add in some AOE stuff. There are some aspects I think that would actually kind of help a little bit, but I don't want to like trade out any damage aspects for them. I'm gonna be very stubborn. That's 6 strength there. Alchemist Fortune. This is actually pretty decent though. Like anytime I do cast something or whatever, like I do feel that 100% increase, so which is quite a bit nice. Happens more often than I thought it would. But I'm trying to figure out if I want to do. I can get some more points into Aftermath. And for energy restoration. Then I might actually have to go resource from this elixir. But then that means my ultimate is going to come off a cooldown slower. In this season, min-maxing, is it good? That depends on what your definition of what you find good. Like I guess if you just like to min-max, then sure, right? There really is no like particular goal that you can hit or do or content that requires you to min-max. I think so. It just, there isn't much of a emphasis on doing so, other than you just wanting to. So you can min-max if you want, but that's just completely like player choice in terms of like the actual available content in the game that rewards you with something. Okay, my ultimate cooldown actually isn't that bad. Just realized. Even with the pot or whatever, it's not terrible. I just didn't want to use the pot. Is X-Files good for AoE? Having that program enough? Nah, it's just nah. It's just a pretty bad ring right now. It's just in the bad spot. This took too long. That part took too long. I couldn't attack because of the shadow. Oh, was a whatchamacallit there. Yeah, it does feel horrible when I don't have a way to AoE or my stuff is like on cooldown, like my poison group. Smoke grenades on cooldown, and I can't get like any like Engorger's AoE-ish thing. Yeah, it's already like barely doing enough on the 80s. But I need something a little more potent, obviously. But I can't think of anything right now. I could try something like completely out of the ordinary. I think I'll nerf my damage way too much though if I did that. At least my main blade shift damage. They come up with the Uber that's worthless. A shame, really. A dot wolf build would be kind of neat. Is that anything good in Diablo? Diablo 4? You stopped playing on the battle pass? How long ago did you stop playing? Cause that matters actually. If it was like you stopped playing in like season 2 or season 3, then the game is considerably different from what it was, in a good way. Like it's considerably better. But if you stop playing like in season 5 and you didn't like season 5, can't really say that you would enjoy season 6 too much more. this actually makes me want to try Invigorating Strike again, but also kind of feel the same way. We're just like, well, what do I do on single target? That's the question. I feel like Invigorating Strike is like the pin shot of basic attacks. What class is this rogue? Good evening. What up, Static Green? Okay. We'll do one more time, but I'm just do it with Fist of Fate, and then I might try some Invigorating Strike again. If I have another weapon to do it with. Appreciate the follow. I also might do some close quarters combat Heartseeker tonight too. We'll see. So it's basically most of what I have is kind of built around that anyway. I just changed the key passive, but still built around damage per Dark Shroud sort of thing. Just used a little bit of buff I get from the key passive to see how that feels. Won't feel great, but we're gonna try it anyway. You ever heard this in a minute? Yeah, this is definitely like 90s nostalgia playlist mostly. Some stuff. Yeah, my single target is definitely better with Fist of Fate. At least on the on the 80s. As it should be though. Mathematically it works out that way. I'm just trying to find some way to get some AoE at the same time. I'm almost like even thinking about trading a glyph just for shadow imbuement damage or something. I don't know. I don't even know what my shadow beam damage is. It can't be much at all. What do I think of Blade Dancer Rogue? You mean Dance of Knives? It's a good build. I'm not a fan of it though. Just because I just done so much spin and win in Diablo 3, and God 6 Demon Hunter is pretty similar, but I feel like that plays a little better than Dance of Knives and D4. That I'm just not really a big fan, but I think it's visually cool and extremely fast speed farmer. Screw that. I'll do Invigorator Strike next. Switch back for a little bit. Yeah, definitely not enough. Anyway. Rogue's doing well. I mean, this is okay. I guess. So both Blaze Shift and Invigorating Strike have their strengths. Blaze Shift's single target is actually like really good. It's respectful. I put it that way. But obviously, there's really no AOE involved unless I go with something like Victimize or something. But then at that point, it really wouldn't be a Blaze Shift. It would be more so of a Victimize variant. So I went with Momentum and just let Blaze Shift do the damage, but I have no AoE at all, really. I'm kind of relying on just fast hits and just killing single targets super fast. Whereas the other way around, Invigorating Strike has good AoE, like good Cleave AoE or whatever, but it has abysmal single target. So it has the exact opposite problem. But they're fun to play. Like, it's fun to like walk up and stab stuff. You shanking people, I am. Yeah, like for single target, it's actually pretty not bad at all. Like, at all. Is switching spec really that bad still? Yep. That part is, yep. I will say that Paragon boards are more streamlined, so like switching specs in general is a little easier than it has been. Simply just because Paragon boards are just easier than they've ever been to maintain. So like you can almost like use like the same 3 boards out of 5 for like almost every build. Like on Rogue, I might change like between all the builds I play, I change like maybe 1 build per run 1 board per build or something, while the other boards kind of stay the same. What about using something like Toxic Alchemist aspect for it? Those are proc based, and they're generally just, we don't really have like Rose don't really have a good way to be able to like scale those type of procs and stuff. Like I'd be better off doing something like Arrow Storms or something if I was gonna do a proc based something. So like, I mean, also there used to be shadow imbued skills, so I don't really have. There's another one. Like this one would make more sense actually. But again, I can't really. I don't have any shadow imbue skills that I constantly attack with. If it was the other way around, like if cold imbuement had that particular chance on shadow imbued enemies, then I would take a look at that. But but there's also very little room for aspects right now anyway, like very little. Okay, let me swap back to it. Right, how many tempers things do I have left on this? 2. Might just end up breaking this, but that's okay. I should have just left it alone. Oh, there we go. Now, I know I don't have any more of this. Like this is done, so I have to just get another weapon. I got another one. That's fine. My temper is gonna suck though. Not temper, but my master is gonna suck because I have no mats. Blade Dancer. Like to do your own thing. And finally, I may stream later, but I'll catch you later. Alright, man. You have a good one. Yeah, actually, I got two good tempers out of that. Or I got one or two, but I got the one I wanted early. Wow, max. Both. It's actually quite good. Okay. Okay. This is actually turning out to be a good good weapon there. But I can't masterwork anymore though. It's gonna be broke. I see. It's TLC? It is. It is. It's actually the first song on their I forgot what album it was. You feel old, right? I know, right? Money Mott. Do I have another Money Mott? Yeah, so did I just put this back in the? I sure did. I wouldn't. I was not paying attention. I'm like, wait a minute. What did I just do with my runes just now? There's Mott and then Monty. Okay, and then put back on the other pants. Or yeah, we're that's not it. Shit, where did I put my? Okay, it has to be one of these. No, this one. Okay, it's this one. I'll just make a jewel for that real quick. Okay, so that works. And then I think we keep everything else. Yeah. Up there. Here. I'm about to figure out what I'm gonna do with my mass, man. My question is, why don't boss mass stack higher than 50? I don't understand. Why is 50? Why 50? 50 is just so low of value. Considering how fast we accumulate mats now, 50 just seems to make like no sense. Like it should just stack to like 999. Like why not? Yeah, it's just like I don't understand. Why do you want to get 7 taps of stasha? That is a code. That is a what do you call it? I don't say coding issue, but I guess the way that they created the game with how checking people's stash or uploading stashes and stuff like that in this game, like people's profile stashes all at once, prevents them from being able to like really do like a lot of stash tabs, or like unlike other games. That's more of an engineering thing, and like what how they decided to do it. Which I don't really understand why they did it. They do it that way, but my assumption is somebody up at the top was like, "Hey, this is less money. This costs less money. Let's do it this way." And you know, the developers or engineers are just like, "All right, well, fine, but you know that's a bottleneck, right? People are gonna be pissed." And then they're just like, "So what?" You know, that's my assumption. I can't imagine a world where the devs themselves, who also games, want less stash space on purpose. So that is definitely a top-down issue, and not a, you know, the devs just want to prevent us from having more space sort of thing. So I can't imagine the scenario as a game developer and being like, you know, they don't really want more space. Why would they want more space? That makes no sense. Especially the Diablo is and has been developed by AI, but it says D2. We can run those mats if I like it, and like save some of those storage. Maybe. I do kind of want to do some Infernal Horrors. I think this setup in the Infernal Horrors actually might be kind of fun. Just because I actually have some AOE. So, who remember this song? What? How old was that? Like when this song came out? This was I think I just got to college. I think when this song came out, I was like 18. Or was I? Yeah. Well, yeah. No. Was it? 20, 1920. Because I remember the car I was driving at the time when I first heard the song, and the car had like no AC. Like I literally like had I paid cash for the car. Everything worked really well except for the AC, which is why I got it, you know, for like such a low price. The car lasted for a while. Like I had like almost virtually no issues, but it just didn't have any AC. So so that's how like so I remember the songs that played around that time frame because I remember that car. Oof. All right. I really want to switch this to Shadow and Beam it charges. What build is this? Invigorating Strike. It's more of it's more of like a funsies type thing. I'm not looking to find anything, you know, like a brand new rogue meta sort of type ordeal. It's literally kind of like a fun side project. And sometimes you never know what you might come across when you do stuff like this. So, but generally speaking, I have no high expectations or anything for it. It's just more so for fun. Oh, come on, give me Shadow. Give me Shadow, please. Are you serious? Poison View 4 times in a row. Give me Shadow. 5 times in a row for Poison Imbuement. This game. No one ever wants Shadow and Beam either. Like, no one ever wants it. You don't ever want Shadow and Beam cast. So the game should have just been nice to me and just give me what no one ever really wants. But no. I have no backup deck strings either. That hurts. I mean, I guess it does, I mean it doesn't do anything, but like it doesn't. I mean, I didn't need the whatchamacallit, but still. I don't think I have any other like rings I can like play with. Can't do that. It's crit damage instead of dex though, but what was the reason for this ring? I don't remember what this ring was for. I could finagle this a little bit if I can just reset the tempers. Let me see how many tempers I have left on this. Or not tempers. Can I reset? Okay, it has already been used on this item already. Okay, so this is one of those I might break type thing, but I guess we're gonna go for it. You have to try to see if you can get damage per dark shroud though. Oof. Yeah, it's already break because I only have one left. So I guess go back to go straight damage and like hope I get it back. Nope, vulnerable damage. Alright, well I didn't ruin that. See a ring. At least I get some of my masterwork back. I mean, I guess I can make this ring work. Kind of. Actually, wait a minute. Since I'm doing an invigorating strike. Oh, that's Blaze Shift. That's Blaze Shift is just to resist. I'm not gonna be able to get resistance on this. I just don't go Dex at all, which is rough. Even when I want craft, I always get the stuff I would want otherwise. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what happens. Always, always. I'm not gonna have the resistances if I do this. Well, yeah, we had like 60, 61%. I can always just pop an instance though. And just call it a day. But at least I'll have the stuff I want. I guess is probably the thing. So I guess let's try. It just won't give me shadow. Finally. It is a 1 cast, so I have 9 more tries. We're gonna go for it, might as well. Watch I break it though. I promise you, watch I break this. Oh nice. Okay. We got the +2. We'll take. And dexterity. And then some master work. Yes. Not what I wanted on. How picky do I want to be? Dex is fine. X. Let me finish this off actually. Yeah, okay. Now that's what I wanted for that. That's really good. Guess we just might stop on this one though. Big 10 rings yesterday. So how is the Flurry build? Oh no, this isn't Flurry. I really wouldn't call Flurry Shank Rogue because Flurry already kind of has a name. You're not really shanking, you're like fanning out your knives, kind of. I mean, I guess you could put it in the same category as shanking. Actually, you know what? Oof on the armor though, but like I said, I guess I will use it in instance, I guess. And we'll do that, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so I think I got everything. I think. I don't need that. No, I still kind of want to do Death Trap actually. We're about ready to play again. I know I'm missing something, but I'll find out when I'm in the riffle chorus. Oh, twisted. Yep, I knew it. I knew it was, I was like, I know I'm missing something. That's important. Cold clip. Oh, clap. Clip. All right, there we go. Hey, bro, building builds is playing. If you don't like it, you don't like Diablo. Fair enough. I have a question. Which version is better from Reign of Arrows? The version with Shaco or Kala Nameless? Definitely Kala Nameless is way better than Shaco. There's almost no reason to use Shaco at all. None. Trust me, I wouldn't have purposely put together a much worse variation if I thought Shaco was considerably better. Unless it just felt a lot better to play or something, but that isn't the case. You can do exactly what you can do with the Shaco without the Shaco. That felt good. Wait, does the cleave overlap? Because that certainly felt like it did. Yeah, because like they died a lot faster when they were like overlapping. Like if I hit multiple targets with one invigorating strike, it seems like the cleaves are actually overlapping. I think so. I think it does overlap. Because the damage difference is so massive when they're stacked. Then again, at the same time, it is a no witness bonus I'm getting too when I use my death trap, whereas normally I wouldn't have that. But I don't know. Might sound like a I can't test that in the Kyovashad training dummy thing, so I don't know how I'd be able to easily test that. What is it at? Amulet aspect? Adaptability. Yeah, so even though Blaze Shift attacks considerably faster, whatever, this definitely feels better to play. Invigoration Strike feels a lot better to play in general. I'm just gonna cry when I have to fight a single target boss. That's all. Yeah, see, I get no cleaves here. Unless I get some minions. Yeah. Ugh. That is so unfortunate. So the exact opposite of Blaze Shift, which is funny. Shredded truth. Threatening the game usually works. I just don't really know what you can. Must have to stab that. I just, man. All right. I wonder about this overlapping thing. I'm actually pretty. The stacking thing. Oh, what happened? Wait, why did my character stop attacking? No. That's bad. That was really weird. My character would not attack, but I wasn't crowd controlled. I did need to save my death traps though, because that's where a lot of my big deeps are coming from. And I'm able to death trap and do this little ball thing here, like that. Use a vortex to pull him off with the Umbra and then Cleave for days. So I was thinking about that today when you mentioned it yesterday. And like, man, you lose a lot by trying to go with the Umbra Crux. But I guess there's no reason to not try it. But yeah, I do need to probably bring back Vortex into this one. Because I can't afford to use Death Trap here. Because I don't attack as fast anymore, so unfortunately I just can't waste a Death Trap on like trash. And then get it back in time for elites or whatever. Yeah, the Vortex is probably going to be very important. And I'll probably get rid of Shadow Step for Cow Traps just to get some extra deeps on a single target. Maybe stacking places is like enough to warrant a change. Maybe. Yeah, Marauder's actually kind of. But right now, it's just more so solving a single target. And I wish I can use Crown. But I kind of can't. Alright. Let's put back on the Vortex. And then throw on don't want to keep Dash or keep Shadow Step. Let's keep Dash. And then Vortex. If I should do yeah, it's actually not gonna let me do that. Yes, let me do that for now. Let's do Lock here instead, and Monty up here, so I can cast. I can get more cast out of this. Let's do this. The next round I'll do Umber Crux. Neither go Flurry from ability 2024. True, I guess. Yeah, I could do that. How'd you live through that? Yeah, see, that was like a 7 bill overpower crit in there. But it happened only when they were pulled like that. I see the orange numbers when that happens, which is interesting. Okay, looking pretty good. Yeah, it's actually not a bad clear. I wish I could attack it just like a teeny bit faster, so I can get my cooldown off the death trap a little bit more efficiently. But there's just nothing I could take. I haven't already taken. Oh, well, I guess that works. Oh, the vortex didn't do the thing. My character just stopped attacking for some reason. Stop not attacking. I stood in that. Oof. I so want to do crown so bad. So bad. I think I actually might be, before I get rid of a really important aspect for Umbercrux, I think I might just switch helms. If I can deal with the less power of, let's say, you know, Kyle the Nameless on this, or like AoE stuff, then like Air Perdition would be a better choice. So with that being said, too bad like none of this stuff really helps me though. Like hit chance doesn't help, crit chance doesn't really. Movement speed, I got that on my amulet because didn't have a choice. Shaco really wouldn't do much either. But Crown, where is my crown? Crown, that will allow me to cast my Depth Trap more often, way more often actually, and then I can do my own pull all the time and then go back to Warcry and get another 15%. So technically speaking, this should be better than Air by a pretty sizable margin when with all things considered. But that's only if I can keep my energy up and I don't drop below 50%. So my adaptability doesn't just like become completely useless. What do you say? Crown doesn't work? When he says it doesn't work, what do he mean by that? Is he saying the unique affix doesn't work? Passive doesn't work at all. So I know that it used to have issues like last season, right? Like last season, like there were some aspects and skills, some aspects and things that it just didn't work with at all. I know they fixed it with adaptability, which was the biggest problem I had with basic builds and Crown. But I didn't know there were other issues with it. Why not Godslayer? Godslayer would be good, but Godslayer is probably something I probably should have tried with Blaze Shift. Honestly. I don't need more AoE on the Vigorous track. I actually need more single target. And Godslayer doesn't help me with that equation. Just gonna see what my energy is like. Yeah, see, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to sustain my energy even with Fist of Fate. I just legit just can't. Speaking of which, I'm using the wrong one anyway. Should be using this one. Also, why do I have like those kind of Dex gems still in that? Godslayer gets extra damage, so yeah. So, but it does for like 3 seconds, and it has a 12-second cooldown, 15-second cooldown. So you get a 60% damage bonus for 3 seconds out of what 12 seconds. So that ends up being 15% more damage overall. In that case, I might as well just do Shaco. Would give me slightly less than that, but at least I'd be able to cast my ultimate a bit more, and then I can run a different rune and gain 15%. So a Shaco with Ohm Rune would be more damage than Godslayer on like a single target. If that makes sense. So Godslayer is great for the moment, like if you're going from pack to pack for the moment, and you just need a pull, and you kill him within that 3 seconds, and it takes you about another 9 seconds to get somewhere else, then Godslayer is great for that. So what happened? Really, what's going on? So should you use it? Oh, the item you linked. Oh, what build are you playing? I'm sorry. If you're playing a precision build, then yes. You have a trap build? You mean like Death Trap? If that's the case, I mean, I'd probably still go with like an air, or I guess I haven't really played a Death Trap build. What's the normal health? Is it Shaco on that for Death Trap build? I'm honestly not quite sure. But I assume you should be able to get your. I think you have to go Shaco because you don't have an amulet like Word of Hakan. So I think you have to do Shaco because you have no other way to like get your Depth Trap under off cooldown fast enough. So yeah, I think you do have to go Shaco. Imagine if you didn't. Like imagine if Depth Trap could use a Kyle the Nameless, like the build shoots up like 5-6 tiers easily. E6 7 tiers. Like that's the difference between like a Death Trap build and like a Rain of Arrows build. They're both ultimate builds, but Rain of Arrows can use precision and Kyle the Nameless, whereas Death Trap cannot. So like Let's go with.
Come back and see us.
Okay. Did you find a 4 GA Scout Hunter and 3 GA Hakan? So you might just stay random as well. Yeah. You said until you meet a boss. That's roguelife in general. Yeah, it's great until you have to fight Mother's Judgment. You're still laughing about that backwards alphabet, bro. I still can't believe I skipped F. I was doing pretty good. I really was doing pretty good until like I literally just skipped the letter F. For bosses outside pit, just use Cal, just till staggered and change the prediction after. But the thing about it is that I think almost all rogue builds right now can literally keep the Cal on and still one stagger any torment for a boss basically. So you don't even need to do that. But it would be an option if it was if it was necessary, of course. Bruh, I had all kinds of CC on me right there. Yeah, I think I probably should just use Shadow Step. If I'm gonna have to be in these a lot longer than I want. Cause I could use like remove Shadow and beam it though, but I do like the 12% though. What am I doing? All right, so there it is. Okay, I figured it out. So if I'm too close to a wall, I can't stab him. So like, literally like, if I try to like scoot and stab, I can't if there's a like a wall in the way. That's what's happening. I'm like, why am I not able to stab us? Like sometimes. Okay, yeah. Definitely my clearing speed has went down. Switching the helms out, which I knew was gonna happen. Like, I definitely have to rely on those big pulls. Also haven't been this crowd controlled this often in a long time. Usually I'm pretty good at not getting CC'd. Oh, screw him. Sissy. You said, but you need to be in the controls to not have to press and hold down shift. Well, I mean, if you're on a controller, you have to press and hold down a button. It's just, do you want it to be shift or do you want it to be a button on a controller, right? Either way, it's a button you have to hold down. It's just, at that point, it's the preference of the button. What up, Riptide? You don't need shift? Yeah, but I mean, shift is just a button, right? So if I do shift to attack with something, because I usually attack with Flurry with shift, and then I use random rails for right, my right click. So that's 2 buttons for 2 skills. Whereas I assume you have to do the same thing on the controller, right? 1 button for random rails, 1 button for Flurry. But it looks like you have a real bias versus shift, the button itself. And if that's the case, that's I'm not judging. I don't know what shift did to you, and maybe your family or something, or maybe it bullied you, called you names. I don't know. Again, no judgment. A free cast Flurry without a target, and then you can cast Random Arrow for free. Okay, so that's explained differently. Okay, you were making it sound like you have to push extra buttons from on one controller layout versus a keyboard layout, and I'm just like, that sounded kind of weird. But if you're worried about being able to target, then okay, I can see. I guess I'm always wanting to target, so I guess I don't see the inconvenience, but I can see where you're coming from. You could stand in one spot, random arrows. So let me ask you this though. How do you proc your precision stacks if you're not hitting anything with Flurry though? My thought. Bro, it still took me a while to Gen's mother or whatever. Gen mother. Even without using cow. I don't know. Maybe for me that's like the fun part. Like being able to target so you can teleport to the target. Makes it so fluid to play, I guess. For me, that is. You can replace any aspect in your build, but you can put on Rakonoffs, can't you? You see, so which build is that, Sebastian? So when you say your build, which one is that? Justice for shift. All right, I don't even know what to even potentially give up to even attempt Umbercrux, honestly. Like, all of these are so important. Like, I need Cold Clip because I need that's easily the best way to proc Frigid Finesse and also vulnerable. Granted, Invigorating Strike can make them vulnerable too, so I guess that's not as big of a deal. But I had to change the Paragon board and stuff too. With your code imbuement basic skill build? Or something about Heartseeker or? Oh, this. Oh, okay, yeah. You can't, it's hard to replace any aspect because we should have followed. Yeah, you can't, because Stolen Vigor is important. Cold Clip is not much damage, but it's important as a, for your base skill. And both Moonrise and adaptability are also extremely important. So if I was to do Umbercrux, I have to go with the regular glove to be able to fit that. That'd be the only other like way to do that. That did feel not great without Cal, at least throughout the run. That felt very. I just hate Cal and Nameless. Actually, not Cal and Nameless. I just hate trick attacks, man. I hate that trick attacks stacks on itself. It's so stupid. It really is so stupid, man. It just. It's too good not to take. And it's too good to not use Cal the Nameless in most case scenarios. But by doing so, you just end up like screwing yourself on like single target. But as a rogue, you don't really have enough damage in most cases to not go that route. It's not like, oh, well, I was already one-shotting stuff, so I removed Cal and I'm still one-shotting. It's like, that's not the case on rogue. So it's just like, it's not even a, oh, I just want to min-max. It's a legit, oh, my clearing speed would just drop drastically. Even on non-precision builds. So like that literally just needs to get fixed. Like or they need to just do away with that. Because it's so silly. Do away with that and like give us some real buffs. Okay, so you can cleave on to the. Oh, I forgot my follower also procs the the Umbercrux. Wait, is it casting? Is it double hitting? Is it bypassing the ICD? Is that supposed to happen? I'm seeing it like proc twice. But why? I Doc's ass fall. We need that material economy boost package. The material stimulus. But yeah, isn't this bypassing it though? Like, look, like I'm getting like 2 hits. So yeah, it still has. So yeah, it's just like. I was trying to see if it was my Merc that was causing that, but no. See right there, it did it. It did it without the Merc. Yeah, see without the Merc. That is interesting. All right, so I'm gonna need a regular glove to mess with. But I don't really have a good regular. I don't have a. probably the best regular glove I got that I can like work with. 4 skills. Crit damage. I guess we can mess this up. I guess we can mess up this glove. This is why we test again to find out janky stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Add more dummies to see if you can hit multiple enemies with Cleave, maybe a proxy even more times. Sorry, I was looking at the damage numbers for a sec. Now let's put the... Wait. Stop! Relocating. I really wish the Cleave actually had an animation. Yes, I mean it's definitely interesting enough for me to try it, but I'd have to go regular gloves to do it though. Because you simply lose out too much on like a important aspect. Like honestly, like the one that you could drop, that would be the most, I'm gonna say make the most sense to drop would be the stolen vigor, and that's 50%, and that's still like really hard to do. You lose less by losing Fist of Fate, I think, overall. Well, not overall. You definitely lose less. So it doesn't seem like a side grade. If I didn't curse my dad out the other day, I'd use his credit card to get some stuff. You ain't gotta do that, man. But I hope all is well, though, parents. Okay, so tempering. Yeah, and that's the important part. Danger for sure. That is definitely the important part. I guess without Fist of Fate, we need a way to freeze easier. So I guess we'll go to utility. Well, I guess not really. Forgot that my invigorating strike freezes. Oh well, we'll just leave it like that. We're just testing anyway, so that's not that important. Masterwork. Done. Whatever. It's good enough. Let me get this health thing off of here. And then we need to put, was it sorry, stolen figure here. So plop that there. And then let's go. How many only double hit when you don't have enough mass to finish the piece? Honestly, I'm not like an ultra min maxer, so I only like triple crit on things that I know that are important to triple crit for sure. Like Kyle the Nameless, like this here, the trick attacks, like you almost can't you can't just really settle for a double crit on that, because especially on precision builds, that +1 trick attacks from 6 to 7 is like a 25% damage increase. So it's like adding another aspect just for one more masterwork crit on that. So like that's why I went through literal hell trying to get that, right? But everything else, you know, if I double crit, I'm okay in most cases. If you notice, like I kind of stop at double crits roughly almost anywhere else. But of course my Scout Hunter on my Rain of Veils build, I did triple crit where I wanted to. I think, did I? No, I didn't. I did double crit on one because I didn't want to triple crit. But anyways, yeah. What I'm saying is like double crit is usually fine in most cases if you're not trying to ultra min max. But I do think that on the Kyle the Nameless, you're leaving a lot of damage on the table if you don't try to get the triple crit on the trick attacks, unfortunately. There was still nerves to play when I'm playing. Gotta run one of these because my armor's not capped. Yeah, also, you know, yeah, Amulet you do want a triple crit onto, but then again, at the same time, I guess it depends if you even have a good amulet. Like, can you get the amulet that you really want? Right. So like, if you can't get like a ancestral amulet with the most of the stats you want, I don't even waste trying to get a triple crit on it on a 750 amulet. It's kind of been my experience. I have not had like a good amulet where I would want a triple crit. So I wonder though, if the Cleave is doing that on the Umber Crux, then like you know, getting Umber Crux to hit more like that. I wonder how that would like work for like a victimize thing, because then you're getting technically another chance to proc victimize with another hit like that. Not that I would want to do it with victimize, because I hate the idea of that on a build like this, but it could be like really effective. No, you're rogue, man. Actually surprised I haven't gotten any can this build do a T100 type of ordeal. It's funny too, like Woody's been like posting more on like one of the Discords, right? Kind of giving his opinion like on the state of affairs on like Rogue, and you know how he feels about certain builds performances and stuff. And like sometimes I have to like he'll sit there and it's like, you know, I was doing, you know, some like interesting setup, and it was like, you're doing pit, you know, T75s, you know, just fine, T80s just fine kind of thing. And like when I'm in the stream, because I'm in the stream a lot, his audience would never question a build's merit that he does. He can legit put together anything. It can be a like Caltrap's forceful arrow build, and people will be like, "Yo, I'm gonna try that." Like, it doesn't matter what pit tier he's doing. They're just like, "Hey, that actually looks pretty cool. I'll try that." But like anybody else, without that brand recognition, would be like, "Yo, what? Like you're doing the pit, 60 with this thing? Like, are you serious? Like bro, why you even bother?" But it's just like, we don't have the name to go behind it, like the brand, I guess you could say, that can allow us to kind of put together anything, and people will just think that it'll be godlike. And stuff from Professor says. So like I had to like quickly like remind Woody. I'm just like, bro, like but the reason why your audience doesn't seem to care about what you do is because you're Woody. That's why. Like. They just think that because if you do something, it's automatically like gold, no matter what the performance of it actually is. You did it. You put it together, so it's gold. It's automatically gold. Like we don't have that luxury. We have to prove that it's gold. We have to actually go, like do the T100 to show that it actually does the thing. Whereas you don't have to do that, ever. Okay, I actually did that wrong. That was player error on that second stagger. That's a big disconnect between softcore and hardcore. That's true. Add some extra weight with his build because when the build actually works. But I mean, I guess at the moment though, I mean, granted, obviously hardcore is definitely a different beast, but like you're just kind of playing a similar game, just at lower pit levels and quite a bit more defense. Like he takes poison traps in like all of his builds, right? And obviously for the damage reduction aspect of things, like he never runs without it, ever. And it makes sense because hardcore. So if it's hardcore, you build pure glass in most cases means a lot more wiggle room. Yeah, but like most of his audience isn't hard. There aren't hardcore players though. Like there aren't that many people who are actually playing hardcore this season, especially. So like the majority of the audience that are watching are still rather casual and they're not playing hardcore. Even if he's playing hardcore, his audience mostly isn't. And bro, this is taking a lot longer than I was hoping. So Rob builds and Moody builds are hard to pull off them. I would say like Rob's builds are more, what to expect when you have Korean gear type things. So like super ultra optimized with like trillions upon trillions worth of gear. or whatnot. Which, you know, obviously 99% of players won't ever really be able to achieve what he's achieving, because they're not going to have that kind of gear. So don't get me wrong, like, you know, Rob stuff is definitely what you, like, you look at it and it's like, okay, this is what you can achieve at the maximum, like the absolute, you know, near perfected, you know, gear setup. But people will look at that as like, yeah, I want to play that, I want to do that kind of thing, because like, you know, it looks strong, it looks powerful, you know, and then they put it together and it's like way different results because the gear gap is so big between like Rob's setup and like other setups or whatever, right? That's generally why, if I can, like towards the beginning of the season, I try to make my build videos, not because I'm trying to get them out ASAP or views or interest or whatever like that, but also because that's where my gear is, my gear levels. My gear isn't that great yet, but you can still see what it does even without like GG gear. So it makes it look more achievable from somebody watching like a YouTube video. So sure, I could make it look better by having better gear and then, you know, breaking up the pit tier a little bit and doing the speeds the same exact way. But it also means that I'm kind of selling a setup that you just really won't have. You know what I'm saying? In fact, it's impossible to find GG gear unless you're hella lucky, so you get blocked by your luck. True. I don't like the coin builds because nothing is original in this game. People build on top of each other. Pretty much. I mean, you never know. You never know who found what first. You know, we often, you know, credit content creators or whatever because we see the content creator do a certain thing. But like, how many hundreds of thousands of players that are playing that might have came up with something that just don't create content? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can imagine. I'm sure there are definitely some cool stuff out there that we just don't know about because they're not posting it anywhere. You know, they're not, you know, maybe putting their clears on helltide.com. So who knows what they did with it. So when people create things, right, like it's usually, it might be one of the first content creators that might have put it to light, but very rarely, I really like it is like unlikely that that person came up with that per se. The devs found them first, kicked out Joe's. Someone asked me about the beast fall boost. She said, "What should you focus on the?" Oh, okay, I see it, Earl. We still prioritize movement speed. Yeah, it's still movement speed. There's no reason to do anything else on the beast fall boots. I mean, you're gonna pop the resource elixir anyways because all the other elixirs are pretty much useless. So you do the resource elixir, you get your 150 energy, you can do a 1-to-1 spam. So you might as well just do more speed so you can move around faster because it's way more fun. So the multiplier for the implicit doesn't matter. You mean the unique affix? The unique affix doesn't matter at all. Nope. That can be min roll. That doesn't matter. Because because Flurry isn't dealing the damage. So even though Flurry is spending all your energy, it's not dealing the damage. So it legit doesn't matter. In fact, I hate that boot. I hate beast fall boots with that build. I am hoping next season that there's a way to build the same thing without having to do beast fall boots. I hate these boots because they offer nothing that I care about in the build except for half of the unique affix. Do I care about the maximum resource? No, not really. At least not to that extent. Movement speed, well, every boost has movement speed. Ultimate cooldown reduction, no, don't care about it because I'm already capped. I can't reduce it any lower. Agile, don't care. I have Barry all the time anyway, so don't really care. Like the consumes and consumes all your energy is the only part I care about the beast fall boost. That's legit. I hate these boosts. I've tried so hard to get rid of these boots in that build, and no matter what route you go, you just end up doing less. Like you'll try to do a workaround and do a little bit more work to end up with less damage at the end of the day. All because of half of a unique fix, not the whole unique fix, but because half of the unique fix, all of a sudden just yeah. That's me ranting, but yeah, I hate, absolutely hate the Beastfall boots. I hate gear that really just doesn't do much for you, but the one little instant wincy teeny thing it does do, you have to have. Because now I feel like it's just a whole wasted slot for like an effect. All right, let's pivot to something else. Although I probably should do some nightmare dungeons with this though, just so therefore I can get some masterworking mats. Yeah. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. People want high pick clears, but they're required to do so. It's borderline possible for them to get, and they call the build as when you're with yellow gear. That's why Spiritborn is so popular. Dog shit gear clears everything in the game it has to offer, besides the fact that it's a new class. Yeah. Appreciate the follow. All right. So I'll be right back. Then we'll come back and do some nightmare dungeons, and then I'll swap to a somewhat of a not hungry. I'm gonna attempt to do some sort of hybrid-ish Heartseeker thing, which I know is probably not gonna be great at all, but I just want to do it just to say I did it and like get it out the way. All right, be right back. I need to be more cultured. Monkey, really? Wrong chat. I think like what Tigger says, like most of the time, like the spirit board mechanics are actually kind of fun. Like they're really fun if you like outside of like the broken stuff. Obviously the broken stuff is just well broken, so it just performs considerably better. But the other stuff is still like decently good. Like it's still good. It's not they're not bad. Speaking of which, you know what? Hold on. Let's change out. It's for just speed farming. Speaking of which, though, let's see. Just again, we're just speed farming. It's getting on my nerves. What's the campfire chat? Is it on? Is it Tuesday? I want to get rewarded for my build crafting and not some dumb bug. I agree. How many streams do you have open, Monkey? No, 2 or 3. No, we're looking at your stream and say random things. that explains the random thing you said earlier. I can't reach the guy over there. Bro, get over here. Let's see if we're shadow step it. I can't even shadow step it. What? Wait, hold up. Yeah, I can't. I can't even shadow step him. Okay, I had to go around. Why wasn't my shadow step working though? That's actually weird. But this is quite fun for like speed farming. The stab. And you knew with developments from Rapid Fire Rogue? No, not really. And the people who, and those who were pushing were Rapid Fire Rogue, I think stopped. So I don't think there's gonna be any more like stuffs in terms of anything new until like the mid-season patch, maybe. Maybe the mid-season patch does some things that we can experiment with, but until then, not really. Everything is on hold. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there isn't like the stuff I'm doing right now is honestly just like some funsy stuff or whatever that I know isn't gonna like shake up the meta or anything, but it's pretty fun to play. You'll get the final home room 70 plus hours in. Have you been doing boss runs or? Like those runes are pretty rare, like really rare outside of like torment bosses. But this is satisfying to play though. This is satisfying to do. I wish I could scale it a little bit better on like single target though, but I think the whole idea, like the whole issue of trick attacks being what it is this season and last season in general, kind of makes it hurt on other types of content. The scaling, I guess you could say, of that particular passive just creates not so fun rogue moments. It's very problematic to try new builds when you like material. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm experiencing that. I've been experiencing that. That's actually why I'm actually in Nightmare Dungeons now. Because of that. Like this right here, like it is Mother's Judgment, but still. You know what we'll do in front of Horde. You know, I have not seen the okay, I was gonna say, like I have not seen the 10 keys drop in forever. Like I always get like 6 and 8s all the time. I'm sure you can't say much on the campfire and upcoming stuff given your current position. It's interesting to see that the majority of content creators are on pause or D4, doing something out of the ordinary, streaming something else until the patch releases. The thing is, Monkey Magic, I'm always honest and upfront. Like I'll tell you if I know something but can't tell you. In a sense. And then I can be like, I legit just don't know what's going to happen or what's going on. And so, right now it's definitely like the latter. Like, I don't know anything. None of us really know anything. In terms of what's actually going to happen. Like, none of us have any like super inside info or anything about what they're going to do with the mid-season patch. None of us know. So, like I said, sometimes we do know, and we can't say. But this is definitely not one of those times. Buff all classes. I mean, every class needs help with underperforming stuff, or builds or passive skills, whatever, that just need love in general. Including Spiritborn, believe it or not. This is basically gonna be Goblin and Demon Busher. Evans Horse, what's going on? Bring all the old bills back and have some fun. Let's have some fun. I guess whatever you, it depends on what you mean by that. I guess. I mean, I would say quite a few of the older bills are not like dead. At least from a rogue's perspective, it's not. Like, Twisting Blaze is still viable and playable. I mean, Pinch Shot's really the only one I would probably say would need a little bit more help, work-ish or whatever, but Rogue's got a lot of viable builds, I'll put it that way. Is there bored the game already? Are you playing D3? What class did you start with in D4, if you don't mind me asking? I usually sleep during campfire chat. You made it all, nothing to just compare with the Spiritborn. So I assume you started with Spiritborn, right? If that was the case, then yeah. I think anybody who's really started with Spiritborn is gonna have a considerably shorter season of entertainment than those who started with a different class. But will it eventually get there at some point, just not as fast as the Spiritborn players did. The Spirit needs a nerf. I would say bug fixes first. We don't really know exactly how some of the other builds are truly performing because everyone's playing bug stuff. So I'm sure they still have some really strong things that aren't bugged and would be the strongest class still, but like how much stronger is the question. Well, we don't know because people aren't playing them. If they nerfed it, it would cut the revenue and try to sell it easier. Well, at this point, they're not like, you're not really selling much of the DLC. I mean, already the people who were gonna buy the game have already bought the game. Like, they're not selling any more copies of the DLC from now, or selling many more copies of that game, of this game, you know, during the middle of season 6. It's just not happening. Like, they'll probably sell more copies again in season 7 when there are like bigger changes and stuff like that. But in terms of mid-season, they're not going to drastically lose sales if they nerfed it mid-season. Like, because the people who haven't bought the expansion isn't looking at that. They're not being like, huh, Spiritborn is super strong right now, but I'm going to hold off and wait to buy the expansion, right? You know, I'm going to look and see what happens. And then they nerf Spiritborn. Let's say, hypothetically, they nerf Spiritborn mid-season. Oh, well, I'm definitely not buying the expansion now. Like, that is, no one's really like, kind of like, looking at that through that lens or whatever. But they would have done a sales campaign for Black Friday, Christmas sales. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I mean, I could see that being a thing. The build is this Shank Rogue. This is just basically invigorating strike Rogue. I guess walk up and stab things and stuff. Usually die. So. Kung Fu Joe at Naz, yes. They're getting hundreds to 1,000 multipliers on some multipliers. Well, I mean, they're dealing 100,000 times more damage than the second strongest class in the game, which has been the biggest discrepancy of class balance the game has ever seen. Because of the bug build. Well, I mean, it's not just one build though. That there are several things on the class that are bugged that are contributing to said thing. So it's not like you fix one bug and build dies or whatever. No, like there's several contributions to what made that scale. Because keep in mind, like Quill Volley went through several different like new findings of new bugs that they can abuse and stuff like that, which obviously ended up being what it is now. By the way, these booms are ass. Like all of them were ass this run. Wave 1608 at the great. Yeah. See, I just finally got Summoning Hellborn. I had like all my booms were absolute trash. Not gonna hold my breath, but hoping for an armor announcement so we can change build a couple of clicks. 6 of water respect, 250 Paragon board forms. I agree, man. We've been complaining about that for like a long time. A long time. Wait, what just happened? Yeah, what just happened? Like all those mobs just left. And then a whole new wave of mobs just like jumped in. That was weird. I mean, at the same time, though, I think that like when things like this do happen, I wish they can be more aggressive with with making changes and fixes and whatnot, and like the player base doesn't get so like incredibly riled up by it. It's kind of what makes them afraid to kind of like do big changes suddenly, I guess. And granted, yeah, I mean. Bugs shouldn't exist in the first place, and I get really cranky about them all the time, wondering why there's so many bugs in the game. But there has to be like a median where they can do that. They can fix bugs and people don't go ape shit about it. So we can actually get the bugs fixed faster, so we can get to actually trying to truly balance classes or whatnot. But you can't balance anything as long as bugs are plaguing every build in the game in some way, with some classes benefiting from some bugs way more than others, kind of thing. Right. If Spearborn wasn't bugged, no class couldn't complete 150. Well, the thing about it is that 150 wasn't supposed to be completed. It was just literally they just added 50 tiers of pit, so therefore someone always has a carrot to chase. That's it. That was the point. The point wasn't for you to actually reach 150. And I think, in my opinion, that's a good idea because it gives people who want to continue to do something with their gear something to always chase. If you beat 150, like for instance this season, how easy was it to get 150 on Spiritborn? Well, very easy. Well, Now what do you have left to do? There's nothing for you to strive for. You know, for those who want to, like, you know, go further. P3 100. See, P300, nah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing left. So the whole point was supposed to be like a semi-endless, you know, carrot that you chase. So you have, there's always something left to achieve if you want to achieve it. So yeah, it wasn't meant to. We weren't meant to do 150. So I guess people saying, you know, it's not fair that only Spiritborns can do 150, and but the idea is that we were never supposed to reach that in the first place. Like, that's why there is no like gear or like special whatever you get per se for doing a 150, because it's only really meant to be an achievement that you know, like an actual, like, you know, achievement that you can get, but isn't technically supposed to be reachable, at least not within any reasonable like time frame. It was like that in Diablo 3, where GR 150 wasn't possible to reach for a long time, and so what it made pushing somewhat relatively interesting, because it meant that you had a long way to go, and every season when there's, you know, inevitable power creeps, you get closer and closer and closer and closer to being able to achieve that 150. So when you finally do years later, it's kind of like, you know, that was a goal that, you know, you were chasing that as power creep kept up or whatever. So it actually meant a hell of a lot more. Whereas now it's just, you know, you get a mount and a title for 150. Oh yeah, you do get a mount, actually. Very true. Although I guess honestly, I guess I won't say anything about that. I'll leave that later. Yeah. That's why a measuring stick has more than 10 feet, even if you're 5'6". There, I guess. Yeah, but they must not be watching the competitive coming up in the market. Well, I mean, I think it's still like a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. So they gotta do something. It's just that regardless of what you do now, there's gonna be a lot of pushback or backlash from one side of the owl, if that makes sense. Must have snuck that in last second, probably, yeah. But with that being said, though, like, even like I find achievements and titles to be really watered down, because most things that are considerably hard in the game, people will either just pay someone gold or whatever, or even real money to be able to get said achievement and title, and then be done with it. So like when I see people, you know, walking around with, you know, Spiritborn 150 or a 150 title or like that, and they're not in a Spiritborn class or whatever, then obviously, oh, well, you got carried, obviously, for that title and amount. So it's like, is that really an achievement, or did someone just like give that to you? Were you gifted that? Like, I find those like titles and like, you know, those kind of things kind of like, I don't know, like not really earned, if that makes sense. Like the whole Lilith title thing, same thing. Like, people really wanted that title like back in the day. But it's like, I don't understand having a title. What's the point of having a title if you didn't earn the title? And like in my mind, the way I think about it is like, what's the point? Yeah. Like if someone just gave you a trophy just because. It's like, I don't really want to, you know, do the work and the grind to get good and the, you know, stuff like that. Just hand me the trophy so I can say I actually have a trophy of a thing that I didn't really actually do. So I can show my friends that I got one. This isn't like knocking anyone in particular, but it's just like, I think that's the reason why like I don't have the 150 title right now. That I could have gotten last season if I wanted to grind and push pits or whatever. Like I just didn't. I didn't want it. I didn't care. Like, well, it's not I didn't care. Just that like I got offered. Like Crafty was like, hey, yeah, sure. I can easily get you a 150 title like that. I'm like, yeah, but it's like, what meaning does it have if I didn't get it? So I almost feel like stuff like that really waters down the value of titles, right? Like when I see someone with a title, it's just kind of like I never go, "Hey, good job." I go, "How'd you get it?" Or "Who got it for you?" So like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like those kind of titles. I put it that way. Mm. It's like releasing the updated card model, but then charge subscription if you want the heated seats. Fair. Plus the reward mouse are laying 99% of the time. They keep the cool mouse in the store. Well, I guess they kind of have to be. Well, let me phrase it. I don't say they have to be, but like, I mean, if they really were cool, then you would only just incentivize people to get carried even more than they already are. Like, do you know how much money like or gold content creators make off of just carries in general? Like, it's insane. Like that market. I mean, it's so easy for someone who's decent to sit there and make so much gold and manipulate the market easily because there's so many people that will legit just pay for carries, whether it's with gold or like real money or like that. Like, I don't mean like sometimes. I mean, it's just that the market is just, there's so many. It's not even like a just one time thing. It's literally, even right now, like there's a market for that. People are still going to third party sites, literally, trying to pay for these services type ordeals. Not even like hey, can I join you for this run or something, but like legit looking for that outside the game, right? And again, like maybe I should shut my mouth because I'm not trying to hurt the other content creators' pockets or whatever, or the guys who like blast or whatever, like their source of income. But it's just like, man, but it can explain, to me, it does explain the perspective people have of the game, right? Like what they want out of the game. Like when I see when I see that being like dominant, right? Like carries being a dominant form of, how the game is played and perceived, then it makes sense why stuff like, people may not want to fix Spiritborn or like nerf bug builds or not burp, sorry, fix bug builds and just kind of let everything just be generally overpowered because players like that, don't play the game for that kind of entertainment, for the progression part of it, the get better part of it. They play it for the sake of, I have all this cool shit right now. I'm gonna kill some monsters. Look at me go. I'll log off. And for those players, like they're fun, right? It's like, give me my stuff now. I'll do whatever is necessary to get it right now, so I can deal, 27 zeros worth of damage, and then tell all my friends that I'm dealing 27 zeros worth of damage. And that's it. So anything that prevents that goal from happening, that particular part of the crowd will be upset because it's like, what, You may not have to actually do the thing, you know, like, oh, I can't do this, or my 27 zeros now go down to 14 zeros. Yeah, I'm mad. Like, I'm mad now. I'm upset. And generally speaking, I would say, you know, obviously don't cater to that, because obviously playing the game should be the top priority. How does the game play? How does the game feel to progress when you actually have to do the thing? That should be what you cater to. But I think there's such a large portion of the other thing I just said, the other portion of the market, that it's kind of hard to cater to the actual game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, because a pretty large portion, or a significant portion of your player base would just rather not. When that's all anyone sees, that because it's a norm. Exactly. Like, exactly. 100%. So my idea, honestly, say Can't Fist Crazy. What's up, man? Appreciate the follow. So my thing is, if that's the way, so I'll put it this way, if that's, let's just say that's kind of like, let's say that's hypothetically like 60% of the player base of the game. Let's just say hypothetically that's that. Obviously it's not that high, but let's just say hypothetically it's like most of it, right? Then at that point, people who don't want to see Spiritborn nerf or bug fix, they just want to see other classes deal more damage up to Spiritborn, which I think that's a bad idea too, because it's like you're invalidating all the content and you're just adding a bunch of zeros to every class. You're not really fixing the problem. But why do that, right? If the idea is you just want a one-shot like Spiritborn, then we can easily make everybody do that. Every class, every build do that. We can easily do that. Just literally give the enemies 1 HP. That's it. So no matter what difficulty you play on, every enemy in the game has 1 HP. Boom. Every build is OP. Every build can one-shot, and doesn't even matter the class you play. And there's no reason to sit there and try to figure out how to balance all these classes. If you just want to make everything OP, yeah, just make every enemy have 1 HP. Done. Now you have balance. You can imagine that being fun for like what, a couple of days, and then you'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna play something else. But every build would be in S tier, basically. Or actually, our tier list will have to be changed, right? It'll be based on how quickly can you move at that point. So we'll still have S tier to F tier, and like it literally would just be based on movement. How fast can you get around to one shot? Or how many things can you one shot at the same time? Would be the new tier list. At that point, what, Frozen Orb would be like one of the best builds in the game. Still need to do something with other classes. Oh well, yeah, sure, but I think the general consensus is people want other classes to do something like what Spiritborn is doing. And like that's just not realistic for a healthy game, I'll put it that way. But yes. But the thing about it though, Jonathan, is that if you remove Spiritborn, believe it or not, this is the most balanced the classes have ever been. Like literally. If Spiritborn was not in the equation, the class balance is actually really good. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. There are things to work on. But it's actually the closest it's ever been. Period. But you can't see that because, well, Spiritborn exists, and so everything is going to always be compared to Spiritborn. And when you compare it to Spiritborn, then obviously the balance is way off. Like not even close. But when you remove Spiritborn from the equation, the balance is actually pretty good. between the classes. So it begs to show, does the other class really need a lot? If the balance between the classes are actually pretty good overall, with the exception of obviously some underperforming skills and builds for those classes. But do all classes need a huge buff if all classes are, you know, closely balanced with each other? And then you fix the outlier. That's why I'm like really curious what Blizzard's going to do for the mid-season patch, because I don't know what route they're planning on going. Bring back Andorials. I would like to see that back, yeah. Even if it's not like a setup I play, I would like to see rogues be able to run that again. Cheap Marauder. Oof. All right. Well, I will say I kind of had my fun with Invigorating Strike and also Blaze Shift to a lesser degree. I wish Blaze Shift was. Wish I could find a way to get some AoE on Blaze Shift, man, because I would totally play that over Invigorating Strike. But man, it hurts. The single target is actually pretty dope, but man, they're so different builds, man. They really are. I guess like the season is hard for the non-Spiritborn player, even trade a heart because the market is flooded with Spiritborn items. I think group play is also the same thing too as well, where it's like people don't want to group up with, like, you know, the whole party finder thing. If you're not a Spiritborn player, people don't want you in their group. That's also like a bad thing, which is why I think that this whole idea of like keeping Spiritborns where they are is just kind of, I don't know if it's a good thing, because do we want the rest of the season really people can't play in parties because one class is 100,000 times stronger than the others, more than 100,000 times stronger. You know what I mean? Like, do we really want to do that for the rest of the season? But it's just kind of like, I didn't even know it was like that until someone like mentioned it. I was like, you know what? That's actually a very good point, because I don't really use a party finder, but I can imagine, like, you know, what that's like is like, oh man, you know, got a Sork in your party and we're doing like boss rotas or whatever. Yeah, we don't really want you. Granted, you know, the other classes will just be watching the boss die in like, you know, a millisecond, but still it's just kind of like, but you know what I mean. Fajip was going on. He said, I refuse to play with Spiritborns, is born to play with a lot more. I sometimes limit the amount of Spiritborn players I play with, like, and like depending on the content. Like if it's Infernal Hordes, like one Spiritborn player is fine because they can't like yeet the entire map at the same time. So they have to actually go from place to place. So I just go wherever they're not, so I can still have my fun and kill things. But like when you get like 2+ Spiritborn players, you're not hitting anything. You're just literally walking around, and that changes your experience because you're not contributing at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, Boss rotos are a little different because boss rotos are just boring anyway. So like I don't really mind not getting a hit in. It's fine. There's stuff like a front of horrors or a pit or whatever. Like I wanna do something. Like what's the point in like teaming up with a friend and being like, hey, let's do pit versus hey, you do pit. I'm gonna go be, do something else real quick. You know what I mean? So like I don't know. Do I think this season failed hard? No, I don't think it failed hard. I think the existence of Spiritborn and some of the bugs that were present, that they're not intentional. So as much as people might say that Blizzard purposely broke Spiritborn for sales, they obviously did make Spiritborn to be a little stronger than other classes. That's a no-brainer. That's just not. I mean, that's going to be the case. They did not intentionally make them this much stronger than the other classes. It was not like the gap was not on purpose. But yes, the intent was to make Spiritborn a little stronger than other classes. But the problem with that is that we ran through all the content and invalidated like T4 extremely quickly. We invalidated most pit tiers really quickly because of the existence of Spiritborn.
Yo, Dark Side,
like
we just got raided, son.
Same thing,
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy, out.
High ass instant oof.
Pandaglass raided my stream with 27 views.
What up, Andon? But yeah, Jack Frost, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I just think that it's hard to really get for Blizzard to get an idea of like how the progressions really worked for season 6. Obviously, adjustments need to be made. But with given the speedy pace of Spiritborns being able to trouch through all the content in like legit days, and everyone else kind of getting carried by Spiritborn through a lot of the content from those Spiritborns that did it in the first couple of days or whatever, really doesn't give Blizzard much of a sense of like how progression is actually happening, right? So like, I do sort of feel bad for Blizzard in a sense, even though it's all their fault for all the ridiculous amount of bugs there in this game, man. Which is, I just do not, I can't understand. As a player, I don't understand how there can just be this many bugs existing in this game after all this time. Still, I can't. I just can't. And there isn't as much priority to try to get them out of the game. But they said, how do I explain then that will balance the classes after the season? That's deliberate to sell expansion. Well, Jack Frost, there's a difference between one class being a little, like the expansion class being a little stronger, and then being like 100,000 times stronger. Of course, they were going to make the Spiritborn the stronger class. They were not going to. They didn't intend the Spiritborn to be this strong, is what I'm trying to say. So of course they were going to make Spiritborn the strongest class, obviously, to sell expansion. Like that, I'm not arguing that point. But you're saying that they literally purposely bugged them for them to be this strong, and that's simply not true. That part is not true. It sucks that it's that way, but that part is absolutely not true. They are not enjoying the fact that Spiritborn is bugged to this degree. Trust me. They probably hate it more than we do, because they're about to get a shit show's worth of comments when they actually do have to make the fixes. So like, I'm just saying. And I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they were going to sell the expansion anyways because the new class is cool. Even if they weren't OP, people still would have bought the expansion. Because no one knew how strong the Spiritborn was going to be. So people, you know how many people pre-ordered the expansion before they actually played the expansion? So it wasn't just Spiritborn being OP or ridiculously OP. They made a lot of money before the expansion even dropped. But I will say this though, like, I do think that, I don't call that a failed season, but I do, what I will say is, the state of affairs has shortened the life of this season, I'll put it that way, significantly. There's very little reason to play or try to continue to play for longer periods of time when you've already trounced through all the content very, very fast on your Spiritborn, or your friend helped you do it on their Spiritborn. You know, like the whole leveling glyphs to 100 thing should have, was supposed to be a journey, not instantaneous from a Spiritborn friend that helped you level it up or whatever, right? Because you didn't play Spiritborn, right? That's convenient because they want to sell more expansions, which is legit, but the other classes are useless. Okay, so that's just that. Now you're rolling into conspiracy theories, bro. Like you got the tinfoil hat on and everything, bro. Like, the other classes are not useless. In fact, actually, I think I was saying it earlier. The other classes in general, if you remove Spiritborn, the other classes. This is the most balanced the classes have been in Diablo 4 if Spiritborn did not exist. But the other classes can do all the content. So I don't understand like how all the classes are useless. Like, useless would be all the classes cannot do T4 content, like rewarding content. Keyword, rewarding content. Every class can do all the rewarding content. But just because one class can produce significantly more zeros than other classes does not mean that the other classes cannot do said content. It just means that Spiritborn is obviously busted. But to say that it's convenient for Blizzard for this to be this busted is
Yo, dark side. We
so
just got braided,
conspiracy
son.
theory, man. Like, not even close.
You
What's
know
up?
how we do. Drop
I don't know if
my
I
new
can stop
beat
and do
for
this
these new
dance. Can I do it?
viewers.
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Keep me alive, sir. Keep me alive. Keep me alive.
Sheezy.
Out. Appreciate the raid. How's it going, Janus?
Janus raided my stream with 34 views.
Gotta say to say this season would have been crazy balanced without Spiritborn. I'm gonna say crazy balanced, but the best balance the game has had so far, which is still not great, but it's still like way better than it has been. Way better. So that's a crazy somebody you're not following. Oh man, all good, all good. But yeah, like without Spiritborn, the perspective of the season would be different, for sure. Would there still be issues? Oh, absolutely. Not even gonna pretend. But the perspective on like how we look at season 6 would be way different if Spiritborn was not a thing. Like the way that we look at speed farming hits, the way that we look at glyph leveling, the way we look at a lot of those things will be different, for sure. Because they would take a lot longer. So there will be a progression thing that we have to be like, okay, this is how they want progression to be. Is it too long? Is it too short? You know, Spiritborn is like, what progression? There's progression? There's difficulty? Wait, does your pits actually start below 150? Like, that's a thing? Like, that's Spiritborn. It's too far to say his point is conspiracy. Well, it's conspiracy when you don't have any evidence of what you're saying. Like, you're literally saying that they purposely broke the, like, bugged the game, like, bugged Spiritborn to that extent for sales. Like, conspiracy is anything that you don't, that sounds pretty out there and there's no evidence to back that up. That's conspiracy, right? The thing is that they have to fix the said stuff. So I don't think they really want. Let me rephrase. I don't think. I for sure know they did not want the Spiritborn to be the way it is. And like, this isn't like, this is stuff that I can even say and not get in trouble saying, you know, being a Diablo partner, but like that. Do you know how much we talk about this? Like, in the Diablo partner program about the bug stuff and the bug Spiritborn stuff? Like, they didn't, this is not something they want. I can tell you that this isn't, that they did not want Spiritborn to creep up like that. They didn't want Spiritborn to invalidate months of hard work in a couple of days. Like, that seems like a, you know, you don't have to leave any evidence to use them against you. Wait, you don't have to leave any evidence to use them against you? But that means conspiracy, yes? Because then you could say anything and it doesn't have to be true or proven, and you could say anything and then never be wrong, I guess. Like, I don't know how that works. But like I said, you're not wrong in the sense of the expansion class is going to be the strongest class. I think obviously for sales, yes. I don't think anyone's denying that, and that companies don't do that. Of course they do that for money, sure. All I'm saying is not to this extent. Nowhere near the power that Spiritborn has right now is what Blizzard wanted on the Spiritborn. They only want a Spiritborn to be like a little stronger than the second best class, which is right now Necro. You know, maybe being able to clear like some 125 pits or something like that, maybe 130 max. They were not looking for Spiritborn to sit there and trounce, do 3-minute 150s. That was not the intent. Nowhere near the intent. And in reality, for Blizzard, this actually sucks for them because now they have to go back and actually fix the bugs, and people are losing several zeros of damage, and then all you end up doing is pissing off players. That too, Riptide. I literally said that like 15 minutes ago. Yeah, because like so many people have pre-ordered the expansion way before we knew anything about the bugs of the Spiritborn. $159 is the fastest 150. I wonder will it would end up being like towards the end of the season. You know, there'd be like one player trying to like get it even lower than that. Like it'd be like one person still playing. Be like, bro, I'm gonna get this down to like 130. So they have to wait for another 2 months for the new season. Well, yeah. I do think that January 20 something or whatever, the new season starting, it just does seem quite a bit far away. Considering what is, all that is left to do. I still wonder what the mid-season patch is going to bring, because they've been really quiet about it. They've been really quiet about it, and they haven't really done much patching in general. If you notice, like for an expansion or the launch of something, like they've done like 2 big patches, but they were like they were big on the amount of things, but not things that like really changed the game. So like, I wonder what they're planning on doing. But by this point, you're gonna only really have your people who would have played Diablo anyways, regardless. In the mid-season patch, you're not gonna bring a lot of people back for the rest of the season with the mid-season patch at this point. Like, obviously I'll play the mid-season patch, right? Of course. Dead Paladin. But yeah, but even myself, like I'm looking to kind of pivot for like a second game or a third game in between Diablo 4 time playing. Like I'll probably end up just continuing the min-max like one build, and then play for like maybe an hour and a half, and then play like a different game for like the last part of the stream. That'll kind of be how I will end up doing for the remainder of the season. After a certain point. How quickly I start doing that just depends on like what's in the mid-season patch, right? Because obviously that's gonna determine when I start really segueing into a second game. Problem is when the mid-season patch hits, most people are already done the season. Well, yeah, well, the season also really, I mean, how do I put this? No action RPG has enough content to keep people interested for an entire 3 months. For the entirety of a 3-month season. It's just nearly impossible. Like action RPGs just don't have that kind of content to keep people interested that long, in which they can blast through for the whole 3 months. It's just not a thing. You'd be lucky to get a month out of a season roughly. So mid-season patches, I do agree with you in a sense. By that time people are already done and kind of switch with, to other things. Then again, how long does it really take to do mid-season patches? Like, if they probably could do them earlier, they might. But a mid-season patch is probably because of the time it takes to do the bigger changes to get into a season. But then again, at the same time, you will never have a season theme interesting enough to keep players playing for that long period of time. You know what I'm saying? So. Like, I think the season that had the longest longevity was like season 4 so far. Like, I didn't see much drop off of season 4 until like almost 2 months into that season, which is not normal. Season 5 had was only 2 months long, but its drop off happened about a month into kind of when we figured out that there was going to be no mid-season patch. People were just like, all right, I'm dipping out, sort of thing. Right. So like season 4 lasted longer because it was such a drastic change to the game and the underlying loot system that I think that it really intrigued players to come back and like try out like how different the loot is. But like every season won't have that type of like, oh my god, the game is so different type aspect. So like, yeah, I expect seasons to last for about a month before the drop, like before there's a steep drop off. I'll put it that way. The season part minus the X pack is a big lame. Yeah, I think the idea was neat, but I quickly just didn't really want to continue to keep doing those things for opals or whatever. Like, I don't know. But honestly, at this point, like for season 7, I almost don't even want a season theme. I just want bug fixes. Like I would take an entire season of them just working on bug fixes, and that's it. Like if they can sit there and conquer like 80 to 90% of the bugs in this game for season 7, I would be like extremely happy with that, because that alone would change so much to a lot of builds in the game and how they function and perform, and the tooltips actually might do what it says it does. Like the game would feel different. Would just feel pretty different if they were able to nail 80+% of the bugs in this game. So like if they just focused on that, I'd be cool. I'd be cool with that. The Vessel bug fixes, yeah. It's not that Mephisto wasn't added as a tough boss for us to farm. Well, that's the problem in Skull again. People don't want tough bosses. They want farmable bosses. Like no one's gonna care about Mephisto's attacks or what he does or whatever. Like they'll be like, oh cool, he's in the game now, right? And he's like, oh look, he has that attack. He has that signature attack. Like they'll be like that for like a day. And then after that, they're just gonna want to kill him in like 0.1 seconds and then just, grab the loot. Like none of the Torment bosses have any identity right now. Literally none of them, because they die so fast. So they might as well just be literally a training dummy with like no attacks, because what difference does it really make? I mean, the only one that forces you to do anything is Andariel. And people hate that. People hate Andariel because she forces you to have to fight her and kind of ish, at least play through one phase of her. People don't care that those mechanics are actually needed or good. They just want the loot as fast as possible. She slows the fight down, yeah. But it's just like, yeah. So people are saying you want Mephisto in the game. Do you really want Mephisto in the game? Because you're not going to care about him as a boss or his attacks or anything. I mean, they put Andariel in the game. Who people were saying, oh cool, Andariel's in the game. Now you're just like, what? You see what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, it's just like, why? Like I'm not saying don't add more bosses, but like, what value do they give other than just being an additional loot pinata that does nothing? That serves as no sort of like resistance to your character. Aren't the bosses in PoE farmable and also hardware mechanics? That is not the case in D4 though. I'm just saying, adding the way, but then also you got to keep in mind the player base is different in PoE. Like if something is hard and difficult to overcome, people kind of expect to have to do it in a sense. Obviously, there are carries and other stuff like that that exists too, but D4's player base would be more quick to ask for a carry or complain that something is too hard to get it watered down really quickly than it is to have something challenging. So like that aspect really wouldn't work well for D4, unfortunately. I would love to have more challenging boss fights. And for a little bit, it kind of was like in the review copy of the game when we couldn't get all the stuff really easy, or the whatchamacallit, like it was like the boss fights did take a little longer, you know. And I personally was fine with that, but
potato,
made the bosses way harder with way better loot.
Hey.
I mean, again, I would like that. But I just don't think it will go well. It will go over well with the current player base in D4 in terms of what it seems like the majority would want. Like I said, I think people will be just fine with just the loop with the actual loop pinata. Like just replace all the torment bosses with loop pinatas that you just tap once so everybody can feel super strong and say, hey, look, I one-shot the boss. And now everybody feels good about themselves and their build. And then loot just drops and then you just rinse and repeat. You can name the loot pinata different bosses. Like you can name the pinata Durio if you want to. You can even customize it like different color name or whatever. You can do a different font if you want for the loot pinata or whatever for the name. But it's legit all the same thing. Like it just doesn't have any meaning. Does crit chance matter on Fist of Fate? No. Nope. Don't give Blizzard ideas. I mean, it could be a festive pinata, like a Christmas pinata. Just Christmas is pretty coming around the corner, so we can make it festive. Christmas event solved. Yes. There you go. Was Shank Road? Invigorating strike build. A semi-large amount of the player base doesn't even get to T4 bosses at all. Okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I do think that there's within that player base there is also a segment of that player base that would just rather pay someone gold to just get the boss carries and not have to worry about doing them. But you're not wrong. I mean, there are players that that play way less than what we're talking about here in chat that can be able to sit there and farm the T4 bosses. So I guess you're not wrong. They should add all bosses to spew snow instead of blood. Bro, make us your version of Flurry. I might actually put together a Flurry thing because I do have my Paragon board and stuff is already built around momentum anyway. So I mean, I guess I could just put on Flurry stuff and just play Flurry. So I guess I could do that. Play some rapid fire rogue. The Spiritborn does 100 times their damage and it's 100 times tankier. Only 100 times the rapid fire's damage. You must have just like put on like half of your Spiritborn gear and like left the other half in your stash. Maybe did one Paragon board. Didn't even like put a glyph in it. That sounds about like 100 times. It should be like over 100,000 times really. But I get what you're saying. Will Overpower be stronger than regular Flurry? Yes. But I do think regular Flurry feels a lot better to play. Oh, for sure on the carry. I know in 2021 it said something like 80% haven't done a GR 100 in D3 ever. So I'm gonna tell you this. So I'm gonna Toys. I don't know how to say it. There was a statistic. I think I can I could say this and not get in trouble now because there's no more like, Discord for the secret people to talk about stuff in D3 anymore. But they made mention when we were complaining about how why cap Paragon at 800. Do you remember that season where they capped Paragon at 800 when they also brought the Solar Cell Found season like that, but they capped Paragon at 800 and they changed the way that we distribute Paragon. And we're like, bro, 800 is way too low. We're like, bro, 800 is like way too low. And because I mean, it's like, we can get 800 in like 6 hours, like of the season launch. Easy. Now, of course, that's for blasters, obviously. But the point is that it can be done in 6 hours. And there's a whole 3 months of the season. It's kind of like, why cap it out at 800? That makes no sense. And then they literally said, the Diablo 3 producer, Matthew, literally said, most people don't even reach Paragon 800 that play the game. And like, it blew my mind because I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I do try to look at the bigger picture and not just what I do or what the blasters do. But it blew my mind that statistically a much larger portion of the player base don't even reach Paragon 800. And I'm like, damn, okay. Dang, really? It's like, because like all the power creep and stuff, you would think it would be easy, but like, I guess that makes sense. That's a crazy thing to think about. So, yeah. So I mean, I guess it does put like a whole new perspective of things. Like the things we do complain about here, a big portion of the player base haven't even reached. But then again, like I said, the carries exist, so they don't have to reach it unless they just want to on their own per se. But yeah, like when you think about it like that, yeah, it's just like that's. So you're probably right. There is a very significant portion of the player base that hasn't really reached T4 bossing yet. People taper off before they get there. Also true. To Flurry +1, I would like to see your version of my normal Flurry build. Hard cap at pit 85. Yeah, I mean, I would say like a normal Flurry can definitely probably speed farm 85s. Built out, and can probably do that. That might be a project I work on. That's cool. That'll give me something else to do for like the rest of like next week. I do want to do like a Heartseeker, close quarters combat Heartseeker. Why? Just because. I don't think it's gonna do that well, but I'm just gonna do it anyways, just for the hell of it. And then I can probably throw on like a Flurry build, some sort, for fun. I don't know how much better. I mean, I don't know how much more interesting I can make it over like some of the other Flurry builds that are already out. But I mean, I'll give it a shot. The people that watch Twitch are like the top 1% probably, with the blasters being a 0.1. You're not wrong, man. You're really not wrong. So the players that are not reaching T4, I guess they just roll their own builds and don't use text like Maxroll. Yeah, pretty much. The people who look at builds on websites are not the majority of the player base. In fact, the majority of the player base don't even comment on social media. Like they're not the ones complaining about the game or saying positive things about the game. They're literally just jumping in, playing the game like once or twice a week, doing their own thing, whatever that is. So the comments and feedback that you see are from a much smaller demographic or a much smaller portion of the game. That's the reason why believe it or not, there's still quite a few people who do play Diablo 3, but you just don't see them. They're not streaming. They're not making content. They're literally super duper casuals that, you know, play every now and then. Like, not everyone's sitting on Xbox vision of a split screen with their phones. And therefore relying on Twitch to stat wrong. Yep, pretty much. They have no idea why something isn't working, and sometimes they just don't care as long as stuff falls over and it's like, okay, sure, whatever, you know, it worked. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you look at the game for what it is, like on the surface, past the things that we complain about, the game looks good. The game looks good. The animations, you know, are mostly fluid. It feels good to hit something and kill something in this game. So like for a lot of casuals, that might just be enough. It's like, hey, I can upgrade my character. I can, you know, masterwork this thing. I can temper that thing. Hey, that's pretty cool. And like for them, that's enough. They don't need to know more than that. So anyhow, I'm just like, I don't want to turn this into a just chatting stream. So, but I am gonna go raid out. I think tomorrow I'll do some Heartseeker, close quarters combat Heartseeker. Even though I'm like, again, I'm you know, I pretty much know how this is gonna go. Frostburn Heartseeker. I don't know about the Frostburn, but actually I didn't even bother to try it on Invigorating Strike. And the thing is, I have a really good Frostburn though. Like I was gonna actually try to sell at one point. It's like a 3 GA Frostburn, literally. But I don't know. Anyhow, with that being said, I do want to say this though. For those who are here in my stream, there is kind of a statistic I kind of want to talk about for like a teeny bit that I'm actually thankful for. Despite the drop off in Diablo 4 viewers per se, right? People watching Diablo 4 content on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. Like a massive drop off. If you've seen like Rob's and Moody's streams in the recent, like they're barely hitting 700 views, like total, like, you know, like concurrent, whatever like that, which is way lower than it was like a week and a half ago. Or whatever. So, however, my streams have been pretty consistent. Yeah, like, so like while like Rob and Moody would, you know, enjoy usually around 2K plus on average, or whatever, like this week has been like them not even being able to reach 1,000. So over half, 65%, their viewer base has like dropped off of watching. I mean, obviously they didn't do anything wrong. It's just that time people were just like, I'm done, you know. But I will say this, like my streams haven't hit that kind of decline. Like my averages are roughly still mostly similar to what they were 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm probably averaging like maybe 20-ish less viewers, 25 less viewers than like last week or whatever, maybe 20, both YouTube and Twitch combined or whatever. But that's it. Like my decline hasn't really hit nearly that hard. Like percentage wise, there's been a lot less of a decline here than it has been on like the bigger streams, which is, I've been paying a lot of attention to that because I'm like, okay, what do I do now? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I can't just play D4 for between now and January 20th. So I'm gonna have to segue at some point and like at least do a mixture of Diablo 4 and something else, or Diablo 4 and then this game, or Diablo 4 and then that game. But I do want to make sure that whatever is keeping people here chilling, despite there being really nothing to do at this point, I want to continue that, but with other games as well on top of that. So I guess my mind right now isn't really necessarily about D4 as much as it is about where do I go from here until there's more D4 content, if that makes sense. Isn't PoE2 around the corner? Yeah, it's early access though, and it's like December 5th. December 7th? December what? When is it? December something. But how long is early access, by the way? Like December 6th? Yeah, I also gotta buy it. I also gotta pay to be able to get early access, and I'm still on the fence about that. I will play PoE2. I have every intent on playing PoE2. I just don't know if I'm gonna do early access. But I think given the fall off or drop off of D4 in general, I might almost feel like I kind of have to, like, because at least PoE2 is a game that I think my audience would still want to see too. So it's like I might have to bite the bullet and just pay for the whatchamacallit and then, do it. You won't see it impacting until you change games, and then you'll see your core views staying with you. Well, that's the thing though. Like, I mean, I think at this point, generally in previous seasons, Monkey Magic, when the big streamers, viewer stuff like drop off, so does mine. It may not be like as steep, but I would see it too. I'm not really seeing that much right now, which is a good thing. It's a good thing for me. But it's more so of trying to learn why, like what's so different this time around. You know what I mean? So with that being said, I obviously appreciate you guys chilling still, regardless of what, where the game stands currently. But I do think about what to do next as well. Say it this way. People like you and are just passing through. I mean, I appreciate. Rip kept W. Sorry, Rip kept W guy. He will always be a legend in our hearts. Pay for a beta for a free game. That's interesting. Yes, that's kind of like why I'm just kind of like, I feel some like a certain kind of way about that. You know what I mean? But I do also feel like I almost kind of have to. And like it's not cool, but it's one of those things where it's just like, I mean, I'm sure you realize, but I think most streamers that have been on a single game tend to lose a little bit in the multi game until that becomes a norm. Yeah, like I think like Rax has done a really good job being able to branch out himself, and so has DM has done a good job of that too as well. But it's so hard. It's so hard to get to that point. Like you lose so much. It's hard to build up a base of players that are going to watch you play games in similar genres as you do it. Like Datmoz does a great job. Like if there's anyone that I kind of like model the idea of playing something after, like would be Datmoz, because Datmoz is very good at like being able to play like the latest whatever, like looter game in the sense, whether it's a shooter, action RPG, whatever. Like he always has like that player base, but they know that that's what he does. And so they all follow him no matter where he goes in any of those things, because they like him playing those games regardless. But people don't truly fully understand how difficult it is to get to that point. It is so hard. So some people tend to feel like they are forced to play something, like one thing, and then it's just kind of hard. But We'll get there one day, maybe. We'll see. But enjoy Fame. I will see you guys tonight. And as always, till next time.